Hello, everybody. Good afternoon and Happy New Year. So, hopefully, everything is working. However, the laptop that I've been using for this up until right now cooked itself last week. And so this is a new laptop and I've had to reset up everything. So if something isn't working, please let me know. So for this month, we are doing a 1920s New York kind of Great Gatsby party theme. And the reason we're doing this is because I didn't have an idea for New Year's, and Doful Woeful said, hey, do a Great Gatsby party. And I went, that's a good idea. And that was my entire thought process, and I did not think about it again. So that's where we are. With that in mind, I don't have any books as research materials this month. I probably won't next month either, but you can always read The Great Gatsby. See if it holds up from what you remember in high school English class, you know, that kind of thing. I do have a couple of fun articles that I'll talk about a little later, but other than that, I also have a stream notification that is no longer accurate. Cool. Oh, Joni, you're on the camera. The other big note is I don't have StoveCam this month because the new computer did not like my phone camera for whatever reason. Beats me. So what we're gonna do today is we are going to make a high-end chicken a la king. We're going to make an apples Waldorf salad. We're gonna make Duchess potatoes. We're gonna make a pineapple upside down cake. We're gonna make a gin Ricky. And assuming all goes well, we're gonna make a little plate of tea sandwiches. Oh, rare Nami on stream. Yeah, that's right. She here. She have arrived. Let me see. Yeah, I think that about goes through it. And so we will get started. Hands are washed. Hair is covered. Jewelry is removed. Should get aproned up. Heyo! Welcome in. Oh, treats for Joni are still so expensive. Let me see if I can change that on the fly. I had a checklist and forgot to put that on it. That's right, Joni. We're gonna improve your treat tier right now. Oh, please tell me I don't have to authenticate myself into Twitch again. I do not. Delightful. in theory, it should be fixed. We shall see. So, I figure, as always, we'll start with a drink. So, our drink of the month is a gin Ricky, which is not particularly complicated, but it is one of the only cocktails actually mentioned in the novel The Great Gatsby. Mostly they just say a tray of cocktails and leave it at that, but F. Scott Fitzgerald thought this one was worth getting a name check, so it's what we're doing. Gin Ricky is named after a Joe Ricky, who was a politician in the late 1800s. Colonel Joe Ricky. And it's likely that the recipe is entirely his own invention. And he just dictated it to the bartender at Shoemaker's Saloon in Washington. And they made it, and he loved it and kept ordering it, and he was well enough known that they named it after him, and it took off. The actual first Ricky was not a gin Ricky, although that's the one that tends to be thought of the most frequently. It was a rye whiskey Ricky. I'm not gonna try that. But yeah, the Shoemaker Saloon was eventually bought by Joe Ricky. It's not around today, but still pretty cool. And this is a very well-known drink. It's pretty straightforward. We're gonna do some lime juice, some chilled club soda, and some gin. Pretty straightforward. So we start with just a shot of gin straight up. And then we are going to squeeze approximately half of a lime in there. Hey, thanks, Dofel. Yes, I will accept the risk of not being protected by McAfee, because I would like to accept the risk of not having McAfee block me from doing anything on this computer ever. Oh, she's so ready. I'm hoping that the channel point price adjustment I just put in went through. Cut it down from 1,200 to 400. And then fail to My brain is in chaos this morning. I have had to make 2 emergency trips to the grocery store for ingredients I forgot. Hey! All right, you are getting a gift from Dofel Waffle, Joni. Here we go. All right, sit. Here's your gin Ricky. Good girl. Good girl. It's her favorite day of the month. She loves stream day. So interestingly, I did see a recipe that said you're supposed to take the shell of the squeezed lime and drop it directly into the drink. However, that was not in the recipes I actually found. It was in Google's AI summary, and I trust that exactly as far as I can throw it, so we won't be doing that step. It might be real. Who can say? So once we get that, we just top it up with some nice chilled club soda. give her just a light stir. And bit of an uneven cut, but we'll garnish with a lime wheel. Hooray! Now, let's see what we're dealing with here. Ooh. Yeah, if you like, Hey, welcome in, Lizard Bug! We just finished making a gin Ricky, and it is not bad if you like sour. It's a carbonated limeade, hold the aid. Yeah, that would be killer in the summer. Our next stop is going to be making some bread, because we are going to need bread for both our tea sandwiches and for the toast points that we want to serve our chicken al king over top of. And as you know, I am a relentless unpaid shill for King Arthur flour, so we're just going to use the recipe from their website that describes itself as our favorite bulk sandwich bread. And obviously, since we need to give that time to rise and what have you, that needs to be our starting point for the day. We got some nice royalty-free jazz music for the jazz age from Relaxed Kitty on Spotify. I got to take a college course on 1920s literature when I was very briefly an English major. It was all about Hemingway and Fitzgerald, and we got to actually take a trip to Paris and visit some of the places that they used to hang out, so that was a lot of fun. Now, I was a real sucker for that stuff for a brief period in college. I do not now remember nearly as much as I ought. Alright. So we are first going to add 2 cups of lukewarm water to the bowl of our mixer. So let's run some water and get it warmed up. What's really interesting is looking at items to use for a menu for 1920s New York. I could serve almost the same menu for the 1920s US, 1950s US, almost even 1970s US. A lot of what we think of food-wise for any one of those particular decades actually spans a lot of them, you know? And it's specifically the things that are not considered positive, just a preponderance of mayonnaise and gelatin and canned goods everywhere. And there is a pretty glaring omission here, which is, of course, that I'm not making oysters Rockefeller. I am a constant advocate of trying new things and expanding your taste, but I also accept that sometimes there's just an ingredient that is going to be a hard no for you, and mine is oysters. Absolutely not, never under no circumstances hate them. So, we are not doing oysters Rockefeller, we are doing chicken a la king, which is the second best, but is much more generic across multiple decades. This stuff took over for around 30 years between the 20s and the 50s. It started losing a little popularity from there, and by the 80s it was mostly phased out of most households. But yeah, chicken a la king was big for a while. We're going to add yeast, sugar, and honey. So that is going to be a full tablespoon of yeast. We are making so much bread. Okay. I decided that I was lazy, so I'm going to use granulated sugar as opposed to honey. Both options, a lot less of a pain. Give these a second to dissolve in here. We don't need to fully bloom our yeast, but we want the sugar and yeast to be mostly distributed through the liquid here. And now we are adding fully 7 cups of flour. Like I said, I think this recipe is going to be making a lot of bread. But that's fine. The big thing with New York in the 1920s is how much restaurant culture was a thing. This was New York really shaping into the big important city it is now, not least because of 1920s were known as the Jazz Age, and New York was home to Harlem, which was a center of a lot of jazz culture. And between that and being an immigration hub, it was an incredibly cosmopolitan city even back then. And so the culture was very interested in restaurant food more so than home cooking. So a lot of what would be considered an iconic dish from the 20s is going to be what was served at restaurants and fancy dinners more so than what was home cooked. We're going 5 tablespoons of butter for this guy. Got some nice Danish creameries butter. The 20s were also when mass media started taking off, which contributed again to the appeal of restaurant culture and such things, because you could see what other people were doing. it's kind of a meeting point between the high society of today and old European high society, which is where we're doing tea sandwiches from, because we still do finger sandwiches as hors d'oeuvres pretty often, but this was really peak popularity for them in the US, and that was coming from European tea time traditions, leading into, again, American restaurant fancy dining type culture. I'm going to use 1 full tablespoon of salt. And so my plan for the tea sandwiches is to do 3 different kinds, because there were 3 different types of sandwich that were really common for this in this era. You would either do just straight vegetables with light butter, or you would do some kind of cream cheese mixture, or you would do some kind of mayonnaise mixture. And so we're going to do one of each. We're going to do a roast beef and herbed cream cheese, we're going to do an egg salad, and we're going to do cucumber sandwiches. My hope was also to do watercress, but the only place around here that sells watercress is the Asian market, and I didn't have time to get there. So, as they say in French, c'est la vie. Got that exactly right, I believe. About 5 ounces of milk. That should be all my ingredients. We're going to take this on low speed to start with, just until it's all combined. Should probably plug it in. Maybe. I eased you into it. We don't need to be rude and throw flour everywhere. That was way too big a drink. So we're gonna now switch over to the dough hook for kneading. I'm gonna add a little extra flour. This seems just a tad bit wet. What? treat for Joni. Treat for Joni is from Kirby's mom. You ready for your tea sandwich, Joni? All right, come on. Now sit. Sit. We're gonna sit. Good girl. Good girl. You a star. Why do dogs suddenly appear every time food is near? Just like me, they want to be close to cheese. So we're gonna tune this up to medium and knead it for about 5 minutes. Grease it up because we're going to let the dough rise in this. Don't shake yourself off the couch, please. Sometimes waiting 5 minutes for dough, but unfortunately, I feel like I can't really say much over the mixer. It is also emitting a very concerning smell. I'm going to turn it down, but I don't think my mixer should smell like burning, and that's worrying me a little bit. I'm getting a burning rubber and circuitry smell right now. So this is going to be a fun adventure to see if I still have a mixer after today. Maybe there's just some flour in the mechanism and it's burning off. That's what I choose to believe. Come on, little buddy. I believe in you. A minute and a half more and we're just doing cake batter. That's so much easier. Come on, little mixer that could. I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't be one of my cooking streams if at least one piece of equipment didn't get broken or destroyed. My buddy here with his horrible hanging door. Hopefully you can see it on camera. That's cool. Don't be clumsy and handle sensitive equipment. You know what? That's close enough to 5 minutes, because this burning smell is getting real bad, and I'm getting real worried. You cool off for a minute before we start on the cake, maybe. Motor might be running a little hot. This ginormous blob of dough might have been a little too much for it. We are going to cover this and put it up top of the fridge to rise for a while. Now let's get started on our pineapple upside down cake stuff. This is supposed to work well with a 9-inch cake pan. So when I started looking up pineapple upside down cake and the history, upside down cakes in general are easier on the machine to do a higher speed than a slow one with thick doughs. That is extremely good to know. Hopefully, it doesn't need repair so badly that it dies before I make cake batter with it. But yeah, upside down cakes have existed basically as long as cakes have, because they're incredibly convenient. They are self-decorating, and you can cook them in a skillet, so in eras when many households may not have had ovens, upside down cakes are a great option. But for a lot of US and European history, those were going to be made with apples or pears or something like that, because pineapples were prohibitively expensive and only really available to the most wealthy people. Apparently George Washington loved them. So that's fun. But specifically, yes, James Drummond Dole in the 1900s, 1901 specifically, founded the Hawaiian Pineapple Company. And yes, it did become Dole Pineapple, or Dole Fruit eventually. But it was the Hawaiian Pineapple Company at the time. Founded that in 1901, and produced a whole bunch of affordable canned pineapple and marketed the heck out of it in the US. And that's where it came into regular use. And as I'm researching this, I find out that in 1925, as a promotion for a pineapple-centric cookbook they were making, the Hawaiian Pineapple Company ran a contest for the absolute best pineapple recipes. And of these submissions, 2,500 of them were takes on pineapple upside down cake, including the eventual winner. And so I was very excited about that because I was like, okay, I can go find that recipe and use that for the stream. And I thought that was really cool. And sure enough, Dole still has the recipe and the story on their official website. And so I looked it up. And let me just give you the ingredients. 1 can, Dole Tropical Gold slices. 1/4 cup, butter or margarine, melted. 2/3 cup, packed brown sugar. 8 maraschino cherries. 1 package pineapple flavored or yellow cake mix. Listen, I like convenience products. I do. I don't understand how that was a contest. So what we are going to do is we are going to, just for the authenticity of the experience, use this recipe to a point, but instead of a box of yellow cake mix, we are going to use my good friend King Arthur Flowers' pineapple upside down cake recipe for the cake part. I really thought that was going to be a cool thing I got to do. But yeah, it is in fact a generic back of the package processed goods at the grocery store type recipe. Bummer. Alright, I'm gonna wash out this bowl and we'll get started on some cake batter. So, we're going to start by melting half a stick of butter. Pineapple upside down cake has got to be up there for my favorite cakes. Number 1 will always and forever be rum cake. One of these days I'll probably do that on stream. It's very fun, but expensive and involved and pain and incredibly rich and just in general something that you do occasionally at most. So that nothing beats a rum cake. Likewise, the cake that I think should be more prevalent and should have more popularity is the coffee cake. No matter what recipe I try, you have a family member who's only happy with her pineapple upside down cake if it has a distinct cake mix flavor. You know what? I'm gonna give that fair. I'm gonna give that a fair. I definitely have certain recipes that I only like if they taste processed and junky. I get it. It's like, sometimes very specifically, it's not that I want to order a pizza, it's that I want to order a bad pizza. It's that I want to get something that is not very good, but has a particular distinctive flavor. Alright, so we are going to take that butter and deep fried crust flavor. Amen, Pizza Hut! I love it. It's garbage, it's trash, I adore it. It really does just taste like they took their crust and dunked it in the fry-later. I am not using a new mic. Is there anything I should change about it? Because something, you may not have caught this at the beginning. I'm on a new computer. I had to redo every single piece of my settings. So if something sounds different, that's why. And if it sounds worse, I need to fix it. Alright, so we are going to mix that melted butter with 2/3 cups of packed brown sugar. Gosh, I love brown sugar. Tastes good. Tastes good to just eat big clumps of. Sound quality is quite bad. Okay, that sounds like it's not. But it might not be coming from my lav mic then. Is it coming through my speakers, or did it not pick up my filters? I appreciate the help either way. What if I switch you here? What is this doing? Is this doing it? Because I have switched the input to a different input. And I am not certain who is who at this point. Clearly it's not what I thought. Okay. Yep, I am almost certain that it was coming through this camera right here. I think I'm just muffled because my microphone is under my shirt. Ugh. Right, brown sugar. That's what I was doing. Yep, I got all sorts of fun equipment. Unfortunately, it wasn't working apparently. Yeah, the problem is, in fact, this camera and this microphone are labeled as USB microphone. Yeah, it's fine. Just use the USB microphone. Surely. We are mixing up our brown sugar and our butter into delicious, delicious goo. And then we are going to spread our delicious goo into our 9-inch cake pan. Yeah. I think technically it is, one of them is Realtek audio array and one of them is USB mic.
but I don't know which is which. Can I be honest? I really just want to sit here and eat spoonfuls of brown sugar and butter, which is horrible and will kill me, but it just looks so good. This is it. This is what food's meant to be. Fat and sugar. All the other parts are optional. Alright, we're going to crack open our pineapple slices. Ooh, brown sugar and butter, candy bourbon. That's insane. That's outrageous. I would die. But I would die happy, so, you know. Take that as it's worth. I did not want to use fresh pineapple for this because I did not want to try to make pineapple rings. Probably a tool for that, I don't know. But whatever the case, couldn't be me. Let's see, do we have room to get a slightly better angle? Yeah, we got a little room. So, a 9-inch cake pan, in fact, perfectly fits the pineapple slices. Which is probably on purpose. And one maraschino cherry in each pineapple ring. And one maraschino cherry in my mouth. I know they're too sweet for some people, and I can completely understand that, but not for me. Let's have a look-see at our little cake batter recipe. Preheat the oven to 375 degrees. Heat together 4 tablespoons of butter, no, 3 tablespoons of butter, and 3/4 cup of sugar. 3 tablespoons of butter. Okay, no wrapper sticking to it. Oh, Maraschino cherries, you mean? We're gonna whip our sugar and our butter together, like making a cookie, and hopefully we can handle this one. No, I think you do mean that. After reading my recipe, I see that my 1 large egg is supposed to be at room temperature. It will not be. Now we can see that my butter clearly wasn't sufficiently softened, which I really thought it was. But it is less smooth and more crumbly. But we're gonna scrape it down into the center and keep trying. Why are room temperature eggs important? I don't know the answer, so I'm going to give you what I think, and it's not going to be a certainty. I think that more than anything else, when you see temperature in baking, it has to do with making sure that the ingredients behave the correct way when being mixed and kneaded. For instance, in the layered pastry doughs, like when we did croissant style stuff, you want to make sure your butter is very cold because you don't want it to distribute itself evenly. You want layers of butter. And I am thinking we want a room temperature egg so that it doesn't chill other ingredients, such as our butter, that we want to stay at room temp. But that's not me saying I know that, that's my best guess at the answer. We're gonna try and beat in our egg, and hopefully this will work out. That consistency looks really bad, but I'm working with what I got to work with, so we're gonna find out. Yeah, and we don't have to worry about solidifying the butter because apparently our butter was not softened enough in the first place. As the saying goes, 2 wrongs always make a right. Hey, that's what I'm here for. I'd rather be entertaining than competent. My ideal, in fact, in part, one piece of my name on here is that I really want the main reaction to my streams to be, that idiot's doing this? I could do it for sure then. Alright. Now it actually looks vaguely better, like, hey, welcome Archaic! Making pineapple upside down cake butter. Everything's going wrong. Salt, baking powder, vanilla, and coconut flavor. A half teaspoon of salt, which is in fact different from sugar. Oh, treat for Joni time! You ready for some pineapple upside down cake from Archaic Prospect, Joni? Alright, come over here. Alright, now we're gonna sit. Good girl. There you go, good girl! She's so happy to be here. Everything she wants out of life. How much baking powder? Of course, 1 3/4 teaspoons of baking powder. Totally need that. No, that's my dog. That's my ridiculous little beast. One full teaspoon of vanilla extract from my beautiful, enormous vanilla extract bottle from the chef store. It will never run out. And just the tiniest hint of coconut extract. Yeah, I found out I need to pipe my Duchess potatoes for today, and I was going to lay out all my equipment and stuff, and found that when I had reorganized my kitchen, I had gotten rid of all my old beat up piping bags and gone, I'll just replace them when I need them. And then I also continued to operate on the assumption that I had piping bags. And so that was one of my last minute grocery adventures. Let's knead in these ingredients here. Add the flour alternately with the milk, mixing at medium speed and beginning and ending with the flour. We are dealing in 1 1/3 cups of flour and a 1/2 cup of milk. else, if anything, did I have that though? Yeah. The only real other note I have about pineapple upside down cake is that National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day is celebrated on April 20th every year, a date which has absolutely no other connotations whatsoever. We won't worry about it. But milk, 1 1/3 cup flour. Alright, so sprinkle in some flour. Get you up to medium. Flour, then milk. Add some more flour. Get some more milk in there. Alright, down into the milk. You're doing so good, Stand Mixer. I believe you can hold out till the bitter end. One-third cup, 1/3 cup, 1/3 cup. Absolute heroism of this Stand Mixer. Extremely admirable. And the last round of flour. Okay, and we are noting that this should make a thick batter. Good, because it sure is. Get it smooth here. Well, not on 10 though. Do not need 10. We have cake batter. Beautiful. we are going to try to spread this without displacing our maraschino cherries. A lot easier to do with a horrible batter, but that's not what we're working with. All right. Now, it's a little uneven, and the recipe says that that's okay. Tastes good. Tastes really good. Richie, I know you can get up on the couch if you want to. You're not fooling anyone with that behavior. Oh, you're insulted? Of course you are. And our oven is preheated right on time. So we are gonna throw this bad boy in there for 30 minutes. And whilst our cake cooks, we're going to get started on our roast beef and herb cheese and our egg salad. I actually went with roast beef and herb cheese because it's something that my mom used to make as a kid, and I was very, very fond of it. So I'm doing that purely for nostalgia. Egg salad is because I wanted a recipe that represented the mayonnaise-centric tea sandwiches, and egg salad was definitely popular in the 1920s, and it's something I like, and it's something that goes well on a tea sandwich, so that was kind of a no-brainer. And then I picked cucumber to represent vegetable sandwiches because, like I said, I couldn't get a hold of watercress in time. We need a food processor, which I have put somewhere in this kitchen. That's an ice cream maker. That's a blender. That's a food processor. Yep, so I have taken a recipe directly from my mom to make roast beef or cream cheese. Heck yeah, archaic. I always just like, when I'm sick, I like a lemon ginger tea with honey and like a tiny bit of whiskey. So, let's see. The recipe calls for 2 8-ounce packages of cream cheese. I'm not feeding a family of 5 as my mother was, so I think I am going to cut it down to a package and a half and adjust the recipe accordingly. Partly because I only picked up 2 packages of cream cheese and I want to save some to go with some of the cucumber. And therefore, that means we are going to want 3/4 of every ingredient. That's pineapple upside down cake. This does not want cinnamon. So 1/2 cup of sour cream times 3/4 is 3/8 of a cup of soured cream. Maple cream oolong? That sounds so good, dude. That sounds insane. Bruh. I want that. All right, and then we are going with 3/4 of a 1/4 cup of heavy whipping cream. Oh, chai is delicious. Right now, from the seasonal menu, I get the gingerbread chai almost every time I go to our coffee shop we like. I knew exactly where the lid to this was. Okay. And we are going to move this so I stop looking at the pineapple upside down cake recipe every single time. 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. In fact, a little less than that. Yeah. Salt. Thyme. And for a second, I was like, "Did I forget to set a timer on the oven?" But no, we're good. Basil. This is what was the name of it? the Stream Kitty Relaxing Jazz playlist on Spotify. Figured we should have a jazz soundtrack for the for our Jazz Age stream. Basil, a bit Odile. Jage, Mind Sculptor. Precisely so. Everyone's favorite magic card, which had no problems. We are going to add 2 teaspoons of parsley. The herb that tastes like nothing. But we'll add some lovely green flax. That was not 2 teaspoons, that was 2/4 teaspoons. Autopilot's a dangerous thing, man. A teaspoon of... Yeah, exactly. Parsley quite sparsely, just 22 sprigs. It really, like... You know how I feel when I need to see parsley in a recipe and I realize I don't have it and I'll have to leave it out? Yeah, cool. Now we're going to add a teaspoon of tarragon. And lastly, 2 shakes of poultry seasoning. Technically, the original recipe also calls for a little bit, about a teaspoon of chervil. However, there are no grocery stores that carry chervil, mostly because I don't think it's actually an herb. I think it's the guy who played Geralt in the first season of The Witcher. So, we're doing without. Are you plugged in? You are plugged in. Let's puree. Now, strictly speaking, I should be leaving this to settle overnight and let the flavors really meld, but I'm not keeping the stream going overnight, so we're not going to do that. However, we will transfer it to a Tupperware and put it in the fridge until we actually need it. Amazing reflexes. Incredible work. Now this used to be one of our frequent holiday hors d'oeuvres, but in terms of how much people actually ate it versus how much effort went into it, I believe it landed on the juice wasn't worth the squeeze category. So I have not actually had this in maybe years. So that's pretty exciting for me. Man, smart person I am, I've gone and put all this stuff in the sink when I actually do need it. So I'm gonna just quick wash it, because we are going to have to cook and then pulverize a steak for this as well. Makes you really sad that it got knocked off the list? Yeah, me too. I was very, very, very fond of it, but I also understand. Gotta prioritize what people are gonna eat. Yeah, we're getting to hit a few of my nostalgic favorites coming up, because we've got this one this month, and next month I am planning to make cornflake candy. By which I mean I'm planning to inflict a curse on all of you, because it is delicious and it's so bad for you. It's like 50% corn syrup. But you know what? It's worth it. The very first time I ever made cornflake candy myself, it is an incredibly sticky, gooey concoction that requires an extended period of stirring, and I snapped my wooden spoon directly in half middle of doing it. Fun times. Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have a lot of favorite foods from my childhood. Not everyone is so fortunate, but I got to eat good stuff as a kid. Grabbed some chuck tender steak, so we're just going to give these a light salt and pepper and sear them up in a pan, and then throw them into this food processor and obliterate them. olive oil in the pan. Probably give it another minute or two for the pan to heat up before I throw the steak in there. I love pineapple upside down cake. Truly can't wait. Alright. While that pan gets hot, I'll start putting together the ingredients for some homemade mayonnaise that we will be incorporating in our egg salad. First things first is egg. Tablespoon, almost a tablespoon of Dijon mustard. I love Dijon mustard. There's a reason this stuff shows up in so many recipes. Just a winner through and through. Tablespoon of white vinegar. Whisk those together real quick. And I am betting my stove is hot enough to cook some steaks. Heck yeah, there's that sizzle. They always say don't crowd the pan. I am a very frequently guilty of crowding the pan kind of person. I cannot help myself, you know? I don't want to make 2 batches. Yeah, like, I don't want to do 2. It's like you don't want to make 2 trips with your groceries, so you load up everything. Same principle. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get some mayonnaise working. Let me do this in a more visible arena. Yeah, I don't remember if I've talked about this before, but when we are trying to beat something at really high speed by hand, we don't actually want a circular motion. We want this back and forth motion so we can make the best use of wrist muscles. Yes, I know, no one's actually going to do this. Everyone is going to use a hand mixer like a sane person, but just, you know, in case. Yeah, you're right, Dr. Pancakes. You're right. I don't disagree. But like I've said, I get a strange perverse joy from this, so... A weirdo I shall remain. My other favorite piece of kitchen alchemy is one that I've kind of learned since doing this, which was learning about Cafe Cubano and finding out that the thing that determines the strength of a batch of coffee is the pressure it's brewed at rather than ingredient amounts. And that's so... It feels so weird to have the output defined entirely by technique over ingredient. Like, obviously that can change, technique changes things like flavor and texture and that kind of thing, but changing the actual contents in a way that has a physical impact, really interesting to me. Now let's flip some steaks. They've all scallopini'd themselves up into weird little curl shapes. Fortunately, it doesn't matter because you're going into the meat pulverizer. Naughty steaks go in the meat pulverizer. Just a little more for the consistency I'm looking for. That should do. Ooh. Need some lemon juice in there. Yes, I know. Time to check on the cake. We're gonna pull it out, stick a toothpick in it, and see if it comes out of the center clean. I know. Beep, beep, Richie. All right. Whoop. Treat for Joni time. Time for a pineapple upside down cake, Joni. All right, come over here. Now sit. All right, the pineapple upside down cake from Kirby's mom. Good girl. Good girl. You did it. All right, I am seeing a little bit of goo on there. Therefore, we are giving this another 5 minutes. Okay, and then I need to add salt to my mayonnaise. We're gonna do a very, very simple egg salad. Just mashed up boiled eggs, mayo, and some light seasonings. Because tea sandwiches should be on the light and dainty side rather than kicking you straight in the face. I wonder how my bread's doing rising. Ugh. Okay, that's gonna be difficult. That's gonna be so difficult. I'm never keeping a baking rack in that drawer again. That's the lesson. Good lesson, I think. Okay. Just gonna give these guys another couple minutes and then call it good on them. See, I'm not quite done with my flour yet. I'm never done with my yeast. What recipe did I have for bolster butter? Well, maybe we'll find out. Alright. I'll set this to the side and let them cool just a tiny bit. Minimize the chance that they do any damage to my food processor from temperature. Pay no attention to the pot rocking wildly on the stove. It just does that sometimes. And just like that, we have pulped our beef. And there's our pineapple upside down cake timer. Oh, don't you look incredible? That is a perfectly clean skewer. Which means that is a fully baked cake. So we're supposed to give it 3 minutes before we tip it out onto a serving plate. So next question is what the next step is on our bread after rising. Oh no! That makes so much dough. Okay. Need some bread pans. Uh-oh. I've created a problem. Haha. I can't imagine. Oh. Okay, so this is supposed to make 3 pans of bread. I have 2 bread pans. So, some of this dough goes maybe in the freezer. Ah. So, we make a ball. You're definitely helping, Joni. And we put them in the bread pan like this. And we're going to let this rise now for 45 minutes. Timer for 45 minutes. Oh. Figure out what serving tray we want to use for this cake. I do have one in particular that works well for it, so maybe we'll break that out today. It's very fancy. Okay. Move everything else aside. Yeah, I look up a recipe that says our favorite big batch loaf of bread, and I go, haha, right, like 2 loaves or what? But I never claimed to be a genius. Yeah. Alright. So, we are just going to flip and lift, and our maraschino cherries have largely either disintegrated or retreated their way inside the cake. However, it's gonna be delicious. Yes, more bread indeed. Always. Always and forever more bread. move this over. It will hang out till it's time for dessert this evening. And then we boil an egg. Maybe we boil 2 eggs, just to be sure. Give those bad boys about 10 minutes. Realize that I have my timer closed, which I never have my timer closed. All right. And now let's mix our beef in with our herb cheese. I'm gonna add it a little bit at a time because I'm not sure we're gonna use all of it. That was a big package of chuck steak. And we don't need the beef to take over. I think this is actually exactly it. Oh yeah. This is going to make some lovely tea sandwiches. Come on, get in focus a bit. Nope, that's the stuff. Oh. Roast beef and herb cheese, how I have missed you. I'll be real with y'all. I'm kind of more excited about the finger sandwiches than anything. I like all of this. This is not a knock on any of the other dishes. I just love finger sandwiches that much. And like I said, I have not had the roast beef and herb cheese in literal years. Just makes me happy, you know? Ah. Sous vide beef. That does make sense. And the sour cream is in the recipe that I badgered Mom into giving me. And I'm grateful for it because I wouldn't have thought of it either, but I do think it contributes massively. There's also, in that recipe, I don't know if you have a copy, but it might also help. There is a 1/4 cup of whipping cream, which adds to the richness and the moisture. In the interests of ensuring that no one watching this ever makes the mistake of thinking I'm a good person, I will note that my mother recently went through surgery and I did still make her give me a recipe for finger sandwiches. I think she must have added it after she just told me to mix ground up roast beef with the... Oh, you know what? That makes sense because that was what she was going to tell me, but I told her I was doing 1920s and wanted to go for authenticity. And she went, okay, well, they probably didn't have Borzin back then. I do think it kind of works well as an unintentional thing that I could pretend I did on purpose, where I've got 3 different types of tea sandwiches, and okay, Joni, you can go outside, but if you bark, we're both gonna regret this decision. So the cucumber sandwiches line up best with the oldest, like 1800s era of tea sandwiches. The egg salad lines up nicely with the 1920s. And the roast beef and herb cheese goes to my childhood in 80s, 90s. So I can pretend that was super on purpose. But it was actually just the 3 things I wanted to eat. Chanel. Like you do. It's interesting, you know, I always do my research to look up the origins of my recipes if I can find them. And you know what I wasn't expecting to have good luck with that actually does have a concrete origin story is tea sandwiches. Well, they're not particularly in-depth, mind you, but there is a very specific credited inventor of the tea sandwich, which is Anna Maria Stanhope, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, who is fully credited with the invention of tea sandwiches in 1840. She was a handmaid to the Queen at the time, so it's theorized that some of the specifics, such as the fact that tea sandwiches should be served without crust, may have been specific to the Queen's tastes, but that's speculative. It's also interesting to note that basically the tea sandwich gets basically the same origin explanation as just the sandwich, because the traditional story of the invention of the sandwich was the Earl of Sandwich wanted a food he could hold in one hand while he played cards, and the credit for the tea sandwiches is very much the same. A one-handed food that's easy to hold and eat whilst doing other things. In this case, to eat daintily in a few small bites, because of course one must be ladylike at tea. How much longer on them eggs? A minute and a half. Sushi is similar principle, I believe. It started as just like an easy fisherman's meal and then evolved into a whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, I love that kind of food history of the weird progress these things go through. And, you know, jumping ahead to something we're not working on yet, but our appetizer here is Apple's Waldorf salad. That was it was not invented by a chef, it was invented by maitre d' hotel. And wow, that was That was even more butchered French than when I was butchering the French on purpose. Let's move past it. Anyway, and the recipe consisted of celery, apples, mayonnaise, the end. Walnuts, grapes, anything like that are later additions. So yeah, the old school apples Waldorf salad, it's kind of amazing that it took off. Literally just some guy with no real knowledge of food said, apple, celery, and mayo sounds good. We're gonna serve that for our big grand opening. And it became one of the two most iconic foods of the 1920s, I would say, along with oysters Rockefeller. Which again speaks to that idea of restaurant and event foods being really dominant, because both of those are specifically dishes that are associated with big formal dinners, famous people, famous hotels, that kind of thing. Done with you. Alright, I'm going to put these in a bowl of ice water, because if I crack them right now, it's going to be painful and I won't enjoy it. Yeah, it's also interesting to trace the origins of food when it's like, oh, there are multiple origin stories and they all have some form of legitimacy. And I think I've mentioned this before, but my standing theory for most of those is that the answer is both. Just two people came up with similar things. Coincidences happen. But we'll get into that with Chicken a la King, which has somewhere between 4 and 6 possible origins, multiple of which have some claim to legitimacy. Let's see. I think I will be using some parsley in my egg salad. We are, for the record, just going to straight vibe out this egg salad recipe. I have not looked it up, and I am not going to. I think all we really need: eggs, mayonnaise, Dijon, parsley, salt, pepper. I think that's gonna make us a very nice egg salad for tea sandwiches, specifically. I'm just gonna get out my potato masher and crush my eggs. A breakfast that I am intensely fond of that my mom eats sometimes is, she just calls it smashed eggs on toast. It is smashed up boiled eggs like this, not fully formed into an egg salad, but with, I don't remember if there's any mayo or butter or anything as a binding agent, but it's mostly just seasoned crushed boiled eggs, with bacon bits mixed in on toast, and boy howdy, butter and bacon bits. Yeah, it's simple, but let me tell you what, I love it. How long can you keep your homemade mayo? You know, that's an incredible question that I don't know the answer to, because I kind of usually make it for a specific thing and use it up with that. So at least a week, probably a couple weeks, because basically it's going to be defined by the ingredients, which are pretty stable. Eggs last a while. They're the most perishable part. Mustard, lemon juice, shelf-stable oil. Yeah, I think that's good. That's good for what I'm going for. Maybe just a smidge more mayonnaise. Beautiful. I always like eggs more than I think I like eggs. Every time I eat an egg, I'm like, oh right, this is good. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? I've had All right, well, time to get started on our mise en place for our main courses. So, let's rearrange everything. You wouldn't believe how abysmally these hospitals make eggs, though. Oh, I bet. Because I bet they're being mass-produced in some way, which does not serve eggs very well in general. At the end of the day, you can just throw an entire carton of eggs in a muffin tray in the oven. Not that you should, but you can. No one can stop you. All right, let's talk chicken a la king. So, I mentioned this before. This is a recipe that was a big deal, basically starting in the 20s and running through the 50s, and then kind of fell off in the last few decades. So, the generation before me would have had chicken a la king as a homemade comfort food. My generation ate it rarely, if at all. And before then, it was a high-end, sophisticated dish. But the thing is, ultimately, chicken a la king is simple. By definition, it's diced chicken breast in a creamy sauce, usually with sherry, mushrooms, and some type of colorful vegetables. Ultimately, it doesn't come out that differently from any number of chicken pot pies and casseroles, especially since after a few decades, when canned products became more popular, mostly people started making it at home, making the cream sauce from a cream of mushroom soup, for instance. And so you go from this idea of a very delicate, sophisticated restaurant dish to pre-cooked chicken, canned soup, canned mushrooms, frozen peas on the stove, chicken a la king. And so that's the progression. And since we're doing this for the 1920s, where we're looking at this as a high-class restaurant dish, the recipe I found for it is the upscale chicken a la king. I've tried this a few times, and I think it's quite good. Ultimately, when you give me a savory entree that doesn't include garlic, I wish it did. But other than that, and the fact that it's extremely rich with lots of heavy cream and sherry and wine, pretty good meal. Now, this is, as I said, this stuff has infinite origin stories. There are two different versions where it's named after members of the Keene family, that it was originally chicken a la Keene, and it morphed into King because it sounds better. And these were famous people. I know the dad, Foxhall, Actually, I can't remember which one was the dad and which one was the son, between Foxhall Parker Keene and James R. Keene. But there are stories about it being named at either the Delmonico Hotel or the Claridge Hotel, after a member of the Keene family. The dad was, I'm gonna say, an owner of a famous racehorse, among other things. However, it's also claimed by Brighton Beach Hotel in 1898, who say that their chef George Greenwald named it after E. Clark King II. And it's claimed by, in the 1890s, by William King of the Bellevue Hotel, named after himself. And the first printed origin of it is in, let's see, where was it? 1896 in Fannie Merritt Farmer's Boston Cooking School cookbook. So there's a certain amount of credit that can be given to her. And this is one where it comes back to, I think the answer's both. I do not think it's that hard to imagine that 2, 3, multiple people came up with chicken and cream sauce with vegetables called chicken a la king. Yeah, Fannie Farmer, that is classic, huh? And I always have 1 or 2 articles where I'm like, y'all ought to go read this if you're interested in more of a conversation about this. And a very, very fun article that I liked reading a lot was from homesteadmuseum.blog. It's called The Meaty History of Chicken a la King, and talks about kind of the culture and gender dynamics that were associated with chicken a la king. Specifically, this is someone who was looking for the same history that I was looking for, and they did a deep dive into old newspapers and didn't find anything that locked in the origin story, but found a lot of interesting things around how chicken a la king was discussed that says a lot about where it existed in the cultural perception at the time. And I'm not going to recite the entire article, of course, but what they found was that chicken a la king was this beautiful middle ground, because culturally men were supposed to want simple red meat and potato type dishes, and women were supposed to prefer things that were dainty and sophisticated and high end. And the problem is that on the one hand, you want to have those sophisticated foods when you're in a high-end establishment, and it's actually supposed to be the wife's job to know this stuff and be able to guide the ordering and dining process in a high-end place. But also, we don't want too much of that dainty feminine food in the house, because men need real meat, obviously. I do not endorse it. Anyway, chicken a la king was dainty enough to be considered classy, but wasn't too foo-foo for men to eat without feeling challenged that their entire gender was collapsing around them. So, you know, really well culturally positioned to explain why it took off so much. And I am going to need to take a quick break here, quick stream break. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm back. Always wash your hands whenever you return to the kitchen from anywhere. So, let's see here. We are going to we're going to slice our mushrooms. We are going to chop our carrot and our large shallot. Not necessarily in that order, in fact, pretty much in the exact reverse of the order I just said. I love shallots to death. They're just so good. They're the rare representative of the onion family that even my wife likes. Granted, she doesn't mind onions in things, but she even likes crispy fried shallots sprinkled over top of things. Something I tried out recently, actually, that is for a stream later this year that I would super recommend if y'all have never tried it is Pakistani chicken karahi. Had that for the first time last week or so, and it is absolutely delicious. It is, based on what I read, the most popular food from Pakistan, and it's great. Chunks of bone-in chicken in a spicy tomato sauce. Usually eat with like something like naan bread. And Pakistan will be much easier to get research materials on than China and Cuba, I'm sure. I'm sure I will not run into any similar international relations problems. I haven't kept up with current events for the past, I don't know, century or so. Has anything been up? I do such a bad job of dicing carrots. Just brutally uneven. It's an embarrassment. Knife always slips a little bit when I'm cutting longwise. I decided to cancel my gaming stream for last week because I just didn't have the wherewithal and energy to make it happen, which does mean I have been holding off on playing Seance of Blake Manor until tomorrow, and I am so excited to get back to it. That game is so much fun. I've been playing a lot of Alchemy Factory, and I started The Root Trees Are Dead last night. Both games that are incredibly good at making me stay up multiple hours later than I intended to. And that should mean my bread dough is going to be risen and I can bake. As you can see here, I have two lovely butts made of bread. And they are going to hop in the oven at 375 for 35 minutes. Juice of 1 lemon. Wunderbar. Let's wash these mushrooms off. So I'm sure, based on what I know of my viewership, that we've got a lot of big sport fans out there. Who do y'all think is going to be in the Super Bowl? I'm asking for a reason. asking for a reason. I don't have an answer for myself. The Bears? Cool. Going with it. The Bears. See, what we're doing next month is we are doing food for a Super Bowl party. And I'm leaving 2 menu slots open to do hors d'oeuvres or street foods from the cities that are going to be represented in the game, which means that I get to figure out what I'm making with a limited time window. But they're good food cities. Which Chicago most certainly is. You got food shows there and everything. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I consider next month to be kind of a easy/light month for me in terms of the stream. But it seems like fun and I want to do it, so I'm not going to force punishment upon myself just to make things hard. Trying to think what the team that I most wouldn't want to see is. Does Indiana have any iconic foods? Like, what does Indiana have besides NASCAR? And are the Colts any good this year? Because if they aren't, it doesn't matter. I figured you were joking, but honestly, who knows? I have been so out of touch with the NFL for over 10 years that I have no idea who's good anymore or who's playing where. Didn't one of the teams announce a city move really recently? I feel like that was a thing. I feel like that was a thing. Ooh. Back to high school. Teams with very strong records right now appear to be the Bears, the Seahawks, the 49ers, the Rams, and the Eagles. Philadelphia, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle. Ah, that was it. Chicago. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I can work with that. Although, I think that entire lineup is in the NFC, which means that only one of those teams is going to show up. And the AFC is where we have all the garbage fruit states. Gang, I don't want to chop up parsley, and I don't care about parsley. It is not going to affect the recipe. Let's see. Now, the question is, how many potatoes I really need to peel and cut up? Because this right here wants me to do 2 pounds. Let's see what 2 pounds of potatoes looks like. Patriots, New England. Buffalo Bills, I mean, that's kind of a gimme. The Denver Broncos, I have no idea what Denver is food-wise. Jacksonville Jaguars, Houston Texans, and I don't know where the Chargers live these days. I know they used to be a California team, but I feel like they moved. Okay, they moved to LA. Alright, so good chance of California showing up in some regard. Like, what would I love to... Yeah. Eagles versus... Eagles versus the Bills. Philly cheesesteak and buffalo wings? That's where it's at. I'm sure my boss would be thrilled if the Bills were in it. He is I think, a lifelong Buffalo Bills fan. Poor guy. That's what 2 pounds of Yukon Golds looks like? Yeah, I buy it. So what we're working on right here is our side dish of Duchess potatoes. And my main experience with Duchess potatoes is I had to make them like 50 times for my most basic 101 intro culinary class. They are kind of the go-to upscale potato dish in classical French cuisine. And they do have the most fun piece of origin. There's not a lot to them because they're very simple. What they are is mashed potatoes, and then you mix in some egg, and you pipe them into a pretty shape, and then you bake them. straightforward. But what's interesting about them is they actually came about in France shortly after a period of time when potatoes were illegal in France, which I just think is real funny. It's pretty consistently reported that the first recipe for them showed up in La Nouvelle Cuisinière Bourgeoise in 1746. And that is where, in the 1740s, in France, potatoes were thought to cause rot and disease and were fully illegal. Yeah, they also supposedly caused leprosy, specifically. And there are two origin stories here, and one is almost certainly a myth, which is that they were named after the Duke and Duchess of Bourgogne, who were known for their love of fine dining and entertaining. And according to the legend, the dish was created by the Duke's personal chef, who was supposed to invent a new, impressive-looking potato dish for a royal banquet, and figured out the idea of taking mashed potatoes and using egg to stabilize them so he could pipe them into pretty shapes. It is much more likely, in general, that Duchess potatoes were not named after any particular duke or duchess at all, and specifically in the era when the French authorities wanted to lift the stigma around potatoes and encourage their growth. It's possible that the name was just given to make them sound fancy and appealing to people who would go, ooh, upscale potato dish. I'll be so aristocratic if I eat my potatoes in the shape of a poop emoji. But I do love that there was just a period of time in France where potatoes were evil. Can't have them. Really missed the boat on that one, I think. I have never gotten fast at peeling vegetables. My chefs in culinary school could peel a potato like that. And I have never been able to do it. You'd think that years of practice would lead to improvement, but no, I peel a potato exactly the same now as the first time I ever did it. And I know some of it is like just a rapid wrist motion like this while rotating the potato correctly, but it just feels, I don't know, wasteful, because you're going to, if you're doing that, peel off some good parts of the potato along with the skin, unless you miss large portions of the skin. I don't know. So I got up this morning and I went, I know I'm not going to remember to eat until the very end of my stream. And I know I'm going to be drinking at least one cocktail and possibly some shots of baijiu. And so I'm going to be smart and eat something before stream. So I went over to the coffee shop and I picked myself up a blueberry muffin, and I got home and I looked at it and I said, I am not hungry and I can't force myself to eat. And all of my planning was for naught. So I am in fact operating on an empty stomach, and I'm sure that will serve me well. I wonder if the existence of the poop emoji has actually harmed Duchess potatoes. Night or two before your next stream, make up a small plate of deviled eggs to be ready for pre-stream. Would work for me. That's smart though. I do actually like that, because I do adore deviled eggs. The more demonic my eggs, the better. That's what I always say. Oh, I can smell bread. This problem is going to be solved because as soon as that bread comes out, I am eating some finger sandwiches immediately. I am so very enthused for them, you see. interesting and a little disturbing how many different foods we take by stripping the guts out of something, pulverizing them, then stuffing them back in. It's a little horrific. Oh, treat for Joni time. Joni! Little Miss Stinky Dog now. What you gonna do? Another one of these here. All right, Duchess potatoes for Joni. They're from Kirby's mom. Good girl. Good girl. So when we make any kind of mashed potatoes, we always want to hack up our potatoes, make them cook faster and more evenly so we're less likely to get lumps, which is critically important in Duchess potatoes because lumps are gonna clog up our piping bag. Of course, we're gonna make these with a ricer to begin with, so that'll help too. Joni knows it's T minus 30 minutes till feed the dogs time. Nothing like the smell of bread baking when you're hungry. Joni, I know the neighbor dog is barking, and I know you would like to go bark, and that's why you will not be getting what you want. Do you think cooking shows will go wild when they can incorporate smell-o-vision? Yes, however, I think they will be overshadowed by a new volume of Jackass, unfortunately. Alright, and since our bread's coming out soon, I am gonna cut some cucumber for my cucumber chips. Is that a Nimmy dog? Is that a Nimmy dog? Don't need all of this. Let's get some of these in a Ziploc. Alright, that's plenty enough cucumber. Well, I can now report that my abandoned blueberry muffin is going to a good home. We'll go in the fridge till we make Apple's Waldorf salad. Which, to be fair, will probably be quite soon. One or two things at a time. I'm gonna start boiling my potatoes. Alright, next I need to cut up ingredients for the Apple's Waldorf salad. And then cut up the chicken. So I know we have a lot of apple enjoyers in the chat at the moment, and you will notice that I am not using any of the particularly good or exciting apples here. I'm using Macintosh, and that's because most of the really good exciting apples did not exist in 19. They are more recent strains, cultivars, that's the word I'm looking for. So, for authenticity's sake, we will be using the old standby. I'm not willing to go all the way to Granny Smith. That's too far. But Cosmic Crisp is absolutely superior. Cosmic Crisp is amazing. You will get no argument whatsoever from me. But I like to set myself arbitrary rules for no reason. And I'm curious about, what the original version tasted like, because as you know, I have a little bit of an aversion to sweet and savory combinations. And so when I make this to my preference, it drowns out the celery and is basically just an ambrosia salad. And I don't want to lean into that in this case. I want to actually make something resembling what it should be. I should show you this bread before I put it on the rack. Very enthused about this. If I have leftovers of this, they're gonna make croutons for my wife's chicken Caesar salads for lunch. It's a win-win. The oven set 425 for our Duchess potatoes. Now, I love potatoes, I love rice, but man, we also really did something right with bread as a staple food. Bread is incredible. Two teaspoons of lemon juice to be sprinkled upon the apples. All right. You can instantly feel the texture difference between these and something like a Cosmic Crisp. Minute you cut into them. We cut without a knife. We live in black and white. Been on a Helsing Ultimate and consequently Helsing Ultimate Abridged kick, and I've got Andrew WK songs stuck in my head. Meanwhile, my wife has been on a big Michelle Branch run, so anytime I get my music out of my head, hers pops directly in. Party, party, party. Party, better. What do you see, Jane? I need to let y'all know, this is probably not being picked up, but what I am hearing from my back door is... What she normally does to announce there's a dog at the door who wants to come in. She likes to be our little doorbell. But right now, there's presumably either a bird or a bug out there. Now, as soon as we get these apples chopped up, we are immediately going to sprinkle our 2 teaspoons of lemon juice over them, because that is what keeps them from turning brown. Now, they'll be drowned in a lot of mayonnaise, so it's not like we'll necessarily be able to tell if they turn brown entirely, but still just good practice. And we'll give them a good toss. And then we need just 1 tablespoon of sugar, which I already put away. I think the addition of sugar here is one of the reasons that it's worth going with a tartar apple over a sweeter apple. Not to mention the grapes are also going to bring some sweetness to it. Get 1 cup of grapes and cut them in half. Nope. Grapes bad for dog. Grapes is bad for dog. Grapes is explicitly bad for dog. Of all the things that you can't eat, Joni, this is one. Soon my bread will be cool and I will have sandwiches. Now, the other day, I was talking through what my menu would be, and my wife was like, "But you didn't practice pineapple upside down cake at all." I was like, "Yes, because every time I practice it, I would have to make an entire cake, and we would have pineapple upside down cake around the house 24/7 for a month straight, and we would both die." Now we need about a cup of diced celery, and I am spitballing that this will probably be about enough. I really hope I'm able to figure out why my phone cam stopped working, doesn't work with this computer, then get it fixed. I miss having a stove camera. Based on my research, to really get all of the most disrespected American food trends of the first half of the 20th century together, there is a version of Apple's Waldorf salad that does incorporate gelatin. So if you look at this and go, well, obviously I want my salad to be full of mayonnaise, but is there a way I can also make it full of gelatin? Don't worry, it exists. And yes, I am being mildly disrespectful to the mayonnaise salad crowd. I'm sure they are numerous and will shout me down at any moment. What? Really? No one? Shocking. Everyone has some prejudices, and I will say all those mayonnaise and gelatin dishes of the 20s through the 70s, I have a little bit of a prejudice against them. little bit of a bias there. And I think what I'm going to do here is make finger sandwiches. They're weird and not in the fun way. Yeah, that really just sums it up. It's not like, oh, we're gonna have a fun food adventure. It's like, why did you dump a mountain of gelatin in a bundt cake pan and expect me to eat it? Savory jello salads are a crime against man and God. Yep. Yep. All right. Beautiful. Let's remove the crust, like we are feeding a child or a member of the aristocracy. But I repeat myself. Yeah, they have it coming. They'll regret the day they existed historically and died. I don't know. I'm so excited for this. Nice healthy dose of filling. Distributed as evenly as possible. Now, when you're cutting up a finger sandwich like this, what you really want to do is make sure you are going backwards and forwards with your knife, but not actually applying any pressure at all. The serrated blade will do the work of cutting for you, and the minute you press down, your sandwich is mush. There's number one. It is funny how much just looking at these roast beef and herb cheese sandwiches hits me with nostalgia. Not my best cut. We should without a gun. Take our man. Better get ready to die. Better get ready. Better get ready to run. 'Cause here we come. I'm gonna do two different of the cucumber, one with butter and one with cream cheese. I think that'll be fun. Our nice high-end butter here. Want to go generous but not excessive, where I'm aiming with that. And I am an unsalted butter enjoyer, so we're going to add a little dose of salt and pepper. More personality than that. There we go. one with cucumber and cream cheese, and we will be all set. I'm gonna work out really well. I'm gonna finish making these. It'll be time to feed the dogs. By which I mean it's already past time to feed the dogs, but there is someone giving me a reminder of that, no worries. Salted butter has cream and salt listed as ingredients, but unsalted has cream and natural flavoring. No, I have no idea what that's about. That is fascinating. Wonder what they mean by natural flavor. Oh no! Come over. Magic. There. Tray with tea sandwiches. Put a little sampler together and deliver it to my wife real quick. And then I am going to feed some dogs. Alright. I have some dreadful beasts to prepare food for. But first, please briefly allow me to unhinge my jaw like a snake. I will be stepping away from the camera for approximately 15 minutes. Hello, hello, everybody. Hope I haven't missed too much excitement. My dogs is fed. Richie has to sit up in his Bailey chair for 10 minutes to avoid regurgitation, so feeding them always takes a bit. But time to start preparing to cook the last few elements here. And that means first and foremost, cutting up our chicken breast and marinating it. Good God, but I love finger sandwiches. Brilliant innovation. Uh-oh. Well, it's a fun story about Nami. She's not very good about eating her meals. And she will often dawdle her way around the meal, take a few bites here and there, ignore it, take a few more bites, ignore it, etc. The problem comes when the other dogs emerge from their room and she's taken longer than 20 minutes to eat her food. They come to steal it from her, and now all of a sudden she cares. That's currently what's going on in the other room. Thankfully, my wife is handling the crisis, but she also routinely gets bored with her food, and we have to swap it out for a new brand. Dog is something else. Chicken is chickened. We are at the part of the day where I've successfully distributed my recipes across every corner of the kitchen and always have to hunt for them. Right. So we're going to put the lemon juice, half a cup of heavy cream, and some salt and pepper. Chicken is marinating, so we're gonna finish making the Waldorf salad and preparing the Duchess potatoes while that goes. And also continue eating this entire plate of finger sandwiches every chance I get. So, we're gonna need to toast some walnuts. Half a cup of whipping cream. Whipped. We will want to whip this before we give it in. Not bad. Please, McAfee, I never want it. Be gone. And then a quarter cup of mayonnaise. And then just a bit of salt. And we shall toast half a cup of walnuts real quick. Laboriously piecing together my ricer for the potatoes here. Sit here for now. Yeah, I hear it, Johnny. You don't need to be involved. All right. Yeah. You love a good potato ricer. They're fun. Alright. The dishes are piling up. I'm gonna have to deal with that soon. Where did I put my butter? Here did I put my butter? So this is what? Yeah, that's a tablespoon. No! It's not supposed to go in there. Whoopsie! Done goofed. I think it'll be okay though. I do have more butter. Does this sound so Chinese? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down a bit, because you are right, this one is quite loud. Hopefully that'll help. And so we will be melting that butter to paint our potatoes with, and the other butter has gone in the potatoes. And we can consider our Waldorf salad ready to plate. I'll let that sit in the fridge till we're ready to go with it. quarter cup of heavy cream. Dash of nutmeg. A bit of salt and pepper. And 3 large egg yolks. You gotta be yolking me. Yeah. The thing we want to be careful of here is potentially over mashing our potatoes and making them gummy. Whoop! Straight for Joni time! This is from Kirby's mom. Here's your Duchess potatoes, Joni. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. I can't with those mournful hound dog eyes. I don't know what made that noise. Don't know what made that noise. So I like just separating egg yolks by hand like this. It's a little messy, but it makes it very easy to just sift everything that isn't the yolk out between your fingers, as opposed to the kind of toss back and forth method with the shell. And this way, sometimes you can save a broken yolk like that. If it breaks once it's already mostly separated. All right. Baking sheet. Now, as I mentioned towards the start of the stream, I forgot that I disposed of all my piping stuff. So we are starting brand new right now. Hooray. What fun. Okay. All right. Now, I had to do this for a lot of tests back in the day, but it's also been quite a while, so I am not promising beautiful piping work here. One of these days I'm going to put something that really requires piping work to be even good on the menu, and when that day comes, I'm gonna have to get in a lot of practice. But ultimately, these will be okay even if they look a little wonky. Yeah, you would. Dr. Pancake's the rat snitch good time ruiner. As mentioned, what we're going for here is a baking sheet full of beautiful poop emojis. The trick to piping is precise, constant pressure. You should constantly be squeezing the piping bag with absolutely consistent pressure and moving at a completely steady, even rate. Now, if that sounds impossible to you, then you are much like me, and we will simply do our best. Oh, that's... We won't talk about that one. Didn't happen. I'm so glad y'all can't see Dish Mount Everest over there. I swear I clicked tidy it up at the end of stream, but boy howdy. It's not looking good over in that quadrant of the kitchen. A bit of a crisis over there. All right. So these guys are ready to rock and roll soon. Right. We're gonna get our skillet up to heat temp here for the chicken. And as soon as it is up to temp, we are going to paint our potatoes with butter and pop them in the oven. And we will be rocking and also rolling. I can never tell exactly what's on camera, so I can never tell how often y'all see me trip over something innocuous and teeter precariously on the brink of falling. Mushrooms and carrots in the oil. Hey, hey, hey! Thanks for the raid, Rusty. Welcome in, welcome in. We are towards the end of our menu here. We are just getting started on our chicken a la king. We've got our Duchess potatoes prepared to be painted with butter and go in the oven. We have our pineapple upside down cake ready to serve. And we've got an apples Waldorf salad in the fridge. We just finished up shortly ago. Shortly ago? That's a phrase. Heck yeah. Ah. Welcome in, welcome in. I reckon just about everyone's new here. We do not have a big crowd most days. We do gaming streams once a week and cooking streams once a month around here. Today's theme for New Year's, we are doing a 1920s New York Great Gatsby party, which is why we have made... That is true. I did forget to mention the finger sandwiches. We have also made a selection of tea sandwiches. We did some roast beef and herb cheese, some cucumber, and some egg salad. And I would show them to you. However, I have in fact eaten them. But we get some lovely loaves of bread out of it as well. Yes, that is Joni. We have her in as a channel point reward, actually. Joni loves to join in on the stream. So that is bread that actually I am a big shill for King Arthur flour recipes, to be honest, and that is straight off their website. That's what they call our favorite bulk sandwich bread recipe. Heyo, Joni! Joni, treat time! All right, this one's from Dr. Pancakes, and this is your chicken a la king, okay? Good girl! Good girl! What a star! Oh, look at that tail go! That's right, everyone likes you. They do. It's because they don't know you. Alright, so it is time to paint our Duchess potatoes with butter and get them in the oven. So our fun fact about Duchess potatoes for the raiders just coming in is that these were popularized in France shortly after the end of a law that prohibited the growth and distribution of potatoes in the country in the, I believe it was 1740s, because potatoes were believed to cause disease and rot, specifically leprosy. Completely understand, Rusty. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate you being here and bringing your group. Got a white German Shepherd. We in fact have a German Shepherd mixed with, I think, Shiba Inu in the house. She is just a little camera shy. All right, and our Duchess potatoes are going in the oven for about 20 minutes. And we want to see some nice brown crisping on the tips there. And as you can see, our carrots and mushrooms are going real nicely. And now we are going to throw in some butter just long enough to melt, and then we will add the shallots, which are doing a huge amount of heavy lifting in the flavor on this dish. Duchess potatoes wear pearls and judge your gravy choices? Absolutely. I used to have to make Duchess potatoes a lot for culinary classes during my very first semester. They love them as an intro item because they're fancy, they have a clear place in classical French cooking because Escoffier had a recipe for them, and they are a good way to practice your piping skills, but they're not actually difficult to make. Kind of a win-win all around. Oh, thanks, Aspinator. All right. So we are just cooking down this shallot now. And once it's done, we're going to drop our flour in there to make an in-the-pan roux. And then we're going to add wine and sherry. Aspie? Understood. Oh yeah, beautiful. There is nothing like the smell of shallots. Shallots and butter. So that is going to be 3 tablespoons of flour in the pan. And like I said earlier on, I am sorry we are without stove cam today until I figure out why my new computer hates my phone camera app. Alright, so how much broth are we adding again? One cup chicken broth. Yes, I had to read that recipe about 4 times to find that. No, my brain isn't very good. And then we are getting in a 1/4 cup of Chardonnay. Yeah, I think that was it. And a 1/4 cup of sherry. And lastly, a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. Perfectly uses up the heavy cream I bought and makes it look like I planned this well. Everyone should believe that. Don't think about it too much. All right. So now we've got our liquids and our roux incorporated. This is what we're working with. Nice cream sauce. And we are going to bring that up to a boil just long enough to get it 100% thickened and cook out that raw flour taste. And that raw flour salmonella, you know. Oh, pardon me. Whew. Not great. Okay, got a nice little light boil going. Chicken is going in the pan. And whilst we do that, also, for the folks newly arrived, here is our Apples Waldorf salad that we prepared a little while ago that we'll be serving as our appetizer for today. If you notice I get distracted easily, that's the ADHD. Alright, so our lovely marinated chicken is going to be incorporated in here. And then I know this will be controversial with my usual crowd because I don't think there is anyone in that group who is a big fan of peas, but the recipe here does call for a half cup of frozen peas, and we will oblige you. I've seen a lot of different variations on this, and the one thing that seems to be consistent is colorful vegetables. So I've seen peas, I've seen carrots, and I've seen bell peppers as the big standout options for chicken a la king. But the vegetables are much more about filling out the body and adding color than anything, because the flavor is going to be by and large coming from the sherry and the wine and the shallots. So we don't need real heavy lifting vegetables like onions and chili peppers or anything like that. We need comfort food vegetables. I'm somewhere in the middle on peas. I like them in like pot pies, I like them in this, and I love a good ham and split pea soup. Bad news, everyone. Our Duchess potatoes are not going to look very pretty. I don't know exactly what went wrong with them, what element didn't quite come together, but they are melting into sad little puddles. Summer sweet peas and sugar snap peas. Oh, snap peas are great. Snap peas, I feel like, are really their own thing. A whole different conversation around them. I think the challenge with peas, in large part, is that they can sometimes have a mealiness to them. And lastly, we are going to be serving this over toast points, so I'm going to be real lazy and let my toaster oven do that work for me and just make up some toast points. Okay, something very bad is happening with my Spotify. Hold. I don't know what that was about. Okay. Hey, welcome in, little Mama Silva. We are finishing cooking up the last items in our menu for the night. Hydrate. Good call. This month people have been kind with the channel point rewards, so I am not also extremely drunk on Baiju, but it's still a good call. Chef Boyardee, amen. You gotta have some lazy days. You simply must. My go-to lazy food is to throw together chicken cordon bleu egg rolls. Just ham steak, cooked chicken, and shredded Swiss, and a little bit of honey mustard in egg roll wrappers. Baiju can be rough. Oh yeah, Baiju is brutal. I tried it for last month. Our theme was Szechuan China, and since it was December, I thought it would be good to try Baiju since it's often involved in traditional Lunar New Year celebrations. And I tried it, and it was a horrific, and so I thought it was funny, so I added forcing shots of that as a channel point reward. Cheeseburger egg rolls? That sounds so good. I love, like, gimmicky egg roll flavors. I just think they're a delight. I think there's so many good angles for it. Fusion foods are cool. It's, you know, the evolution of culinary practices. Welcome back. Hope you got some good food. Oh, jambalaya is, I love, love, love jambalaya. Need to check in on your VODs, see your recipe. Oh, that's neat. What did you think of the substitution? I think chorizo's up there with andouille for absolute best sausages, so it makes sense. I love like a chorizo and potato quesadilla. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds so good. Yeah, our Duchess potatoes have tragically flattened themselves a bit. Didn't quite work out to spec, but I think they'll still taste good. And they're not hideous, just not quite as peaked as I was hoping for. Cordon bleu balls were one of our favorites on stream. Yeah, I need to check out what you did with those. That sounds delightful. You know, shameful confession, I'm not sure I've ever actually tried liverwurst. I've even worked in a deli and I'm not sure I've tried liverwurst. I try to be really good about being open-minded to foods when it comes to streaming and travel. When I'm eating privately at home, I am a sad picky eater. But, so we are here in South Carolina. Yeah. Not my first choice, but... Oh yeah, absolutely. Stream's really good for that. Like I said up top, my rule is I'm not gonna eat oysters. That's my hard line in the sand. I'm gonna be open-minded everywhere else, but I just, I've done oysters once, I will not do oysters again. Raleigh, up in North Carolina. It's nice up there. Before I switched over to culinary, I was at school at Winthrop, which is right on the border between North and South. Rusty, it is really funny you mentioned that. I actually was strongly considering moussaka for somewhere around the middle of this year. I think maybe March. I was thinking about doing moussaka. As you can see, we've got some nice pretty browning, but we have flattened out a lot. Ooh, Rhode Island. Now New England does some good stuff with food. Rhode Island is New England, right? I had a very similar conversation with Dr. Pancakes where I was very confused about what comprises New England. Now, this does mean this is our last dish for the day, so I'm gonna make a mess and then check the seasoning on our chicken, and then we are gonna plate and call it an evening. Long Island. No, that one I know. No, that's right where it needs to be. All right. Let's get a plate together and see how it looks all combined. Wow, that is crazy. I get it because people do not know geography, but I just wouldn't have thought of that one. All right, so we're gonna plate up a nice little scoop of Apple's Waldorf salad. I'm going to solve the mystery of where my spatula's gone. One Duchess potato. And toast points. Topped with chicken a la king. And this is our plate for the evening. Now, I'm going to deliver this plate to my wife real quick, and we will plate up some of the pineapple upside down cake, and we will wind down for the evening. Give them like a minute or two to come online. Okay, I had to go be IT, and my Spotify has presented a crisis, I see. I'll just turn out the background music for this last little bit. I will admit, little Mama Silva, that is exactly what I don't like about my voice, which, here, I will give you the object example. Well, actually. It's like my voice was made to do that. It's a tragedy. Ah, Rusty, you deeply underestimate how self-conscious I am. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I don't mind how I sound when I'm upbeat and energetic, but my low energy voice, which is when what I am at most of the time, sounds incredibly obnoxious and kind of pedantic to me. Oh, I sound like someone I don't want to know. Oh, treat for Joni! Joni! Joni, here's your pineapple upside down cake from Aspie, okay? Sit. Good girl! Good girl! She's a little star. She's getting a little bit of gray in her beard if you look at her muzzle. Doesn't act like it, but she's a full-blown adult these days. She is a hound mix, so she loves to sprint full pelt into the back. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Almost made it the full stream. Yeah, I have 2 lav mics, and the battery for one lasts 70 to 80% of a stream. I'm planning to replace them because they are not very high quality. I had to super glue the magnet back onto this one this morning. Yeah, Rusty, my very first ever cooking stream, I bought all my equipment. I got myself this nice little camera to start with as my main cam. And on my very first stream, I dropped it on the floor, and the little door here now does this. So, you know, doing great on that front. And here is our pineapple upside down cake. Now, I do want to get into the story on this a little bit with you folks who just came in. So, in 1925, the Dole Pineapple Company, at the time the Hawaiian Pineapple Company, was holding a contest. They were going to release a pineapple-themed cookbook. And so they had everyone submit their favorite pineapple recipe. And this was all to promote pineapples, which had until recently been a luxury food for the wealthy. Of those recipes, 2,500 that were submitted were variations on pineapple upside down cake. And the recipe we took here was, for the most part, the winning recipe of that contest. And when I was doing my research about this, I was really excited that I could pick something that had that historical value to use as a recipe. And then I looked it up, and it just says, put pineapples, brown sugar, butter, and maraschino cherries on top of a cake made of yellow cake mix and cook it upside down cake style. huge disappointment. We did the King Arthur flour recipe version of the recipe and then just used the hopper elements from the Dole pineapple one. But that's what we got out of it. Thanks a lot, Rusty. I really, really appreciate the raid. It was super, super cool of you. I'm looking forward to checking out the streams you told me about. And I'm going to say that we are at around our wrap-up time. We have made every dish we set out to make. We have probably had the fewest disasters of any stream so far. And I have a mountain of dishes about yay high to do. So I think we're about ready to wrap up here. I will be streaming tomorrow night for a couple hours at 8 Eastern US time for doing some Seance of Blake Manor. And we will be back on the first Sunday of February for our next cooking stream, where we will be doing appetizers, hors d'oeuvres, and party food for the game that dare not speak its name. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I love having you. I love doing this. This is a great time. And thanks so much for the raid, Rusty, and thanks for hanging out, Raiders. It was awesome to have you.